Welcome everybody. It's time for another stream. It's Friday, the second stream of the week actually. Wednesday we worked on a tune, on an intro that I made in between Wednesday and previous week's stream on Friday, and I was really feeling that intro, so I decided to stream on Wednesday and try and come up with a drop, and we made a really good drop sketch. At least I'm really feeling it. It's definitely not done yet, but it's starting to sound pretty interesting. I'm not entirely happy yet with the snare drum. The snare drum is a bit too in your face for my liking. I think this one needs a snare drum that is less like an actual snare, maybe. We'll see. But I first want to at least, I guess today, work on making the second half the drop. And then maybe, if we have that, we can just structure out the entire track, maybe. Just do like the second drop the same as the first drop. Just make a little breakdown. And then we just need to go back and just start fine-tuning things. So we'll see how far we get today. Sit back. We're gonna get started. I'll play the entire thing I have so far first. And then we'll get into the stream. So, I'll see you guys in just a bit. Okay, let's go. We're gonna go with the drop sketch. Let's go. So yeah, that's about what I have right now. The part that comes after it is pretty empty, so I'll save that for now. Welcome. Let's switch. Mountain Dew Ableton theme. It's more like an Ableton theme that matches my stream colors. So yeah, that's what we have right now. I'm liking it so far. It's quite of a different one actually in terms of the drop. Very different to what I normally do. But I'm feeling it. It's the intro is I'm still looking for some extra layer for the intro, and there's probably a bunch of stuff in here right now that might actually not need to be there. Right now I'm mostly just focusing on getting the entire track structured out, and we're gonna have to work on the part that comes after this, so. And the percussion here needs to be filled out more. So here we need to do something else. Now we're probably gonna go with a low-pass reese in this section, to kind of complement the whole vibe in the whole part in the first half. Probably gonna go for something more low-pass here, bring in some pads, maybe some elements from the intro. We'll see. I also think I want to make the chords in the intro a little bit more interesting. Not the chords itself, but just like they sound pretty dry right now. Even though there's reverb on it, it's like they still sound a bit maybe a bit static. Want to add maybe something to that, but those are all things I want to do in the when I'm done at least structuring out the entire track. So yeah, this part is now what we're gonna have to work on. Flanger on the hi-hats. Fun fact: there's actually no hi-hats in this track, or maybe one. There might be one. It's not necessarily a hi-hat. It's more like a splash, like a splash on the snare. And there's a shaker in the second half here. But that's literally it. The rest of it is... I did add this little percussion thing. I had just this break on Wednesday, I think. Let's see. I think it was this one. Yeah, that was the main break that I had underneath the drums on Wednesday. So it was like this. But I'm not entirely liking that break for this track, so I'm gonna remove that. I then had this one as well, which was more like a shuffly thing. Which worked a little better, but I still didn't really like it. And then I found this in a sample pack, and it's literally just a part of a longer loop. And I've just taken some of the hits from that loop. And it's more like, I don't know, it's more like a weird percussion sound instead of a hat. And that kind of worked. So, without the sidechain, it's more like this. It's just a bit of... and there's a bit of filtering on it. But that kind of works better in the mix than having the break things. Now, I do think that I want to have some extra break on top of it. Or some kind of chopped up thing. But we're gonna have to figure out what that's gonna be. This one definitely worked better. Added a better rolling kind of thing to it, and this one is not supposed to be here. That one is not supposed to be there. That one was actually one that I chopped up. But like I said, that stuff I want to do later, I think. I just want to work on getting this section at least made, you know, and we can work on the finer little things later. And do all that stuff later and go back and fine-tune everything. For now it would be better to just at least get some of the main stuff structured out. Because in the past I would always do the finer stuff right away, and I would always get stuck. Just get stuck and you've been working on the same tune for like way too long, and then you just don't feel it anymore, you discard it, start something new, and then before you know it you've got hundreds and hundreds of projects that are unfinished, and none of them, all of them are like already polished for the part that they're long, right? But it's only like a minute or something, but even though that minute is fully polished, now if I start working on anything after it, that is always going to sound worse than the part in front of it, because there's already so much work put into that part. So what I try and do right now is just not do that, basically, and just focus on the whole picture of the track first, and then go back and do all the little things. Like even this one by itself is not enough. It's gonna be enough for now, you know. It gets it makes me remember the idea that I have for that part, and that is all that matters right now, basically. By the way, that Twitch spammer today was really fast. That was insane. That must be a bot. It can be not a bot. I literally clicked start on the stream, and the first message right away, basically within 10 seconds, was just that spam message. Yo, do you want to become famous? Also, I wanna replace the vocal chops as well at some point. Even though I tried it in the stream on Wednesday and I actually couldn't find one that sounded better than this one. This one is not gonna cut it. Like, it's too noisy. It's too It's just too noisy, you know? It's too noisy. It needs to be more clearer on the vowels so that I can use it more easily. Right now I really have to put it in the mix quite loud for it to come through. Especially right here in the drop itself. And I just think we can do a better one. We just need to find a good vocal. So, but yeah, like again, this is gonna work good enough for a placeholder for now. It's just I'll fix that later. So, if there's any questions about anything here, if you weren't here on Wednesday, just let me know in the chat and I'll try and explain. If you have any ideas or if you have any things that you just want me to try, or if there's anything that you think, hey, that would maybe be cool, just put it in chat, and I might not do it straight away, but maybe it'll make me go, ah, that's something I can try later. So before we get started, if you want to help support, you can support me on Patreon. Link is gonna pop up in the chat every now and then, but for now I'll just drop one in the chat. So if you want to support me, you can do that on Patreon. Oh wait, and I should also send that to Twitch. Hey, Shortcut Tricks, welcome to the stream. Man, I want to ask you about FL Studio. Why Ableton? Well, because I prefer Ableton, but hey, I used FL Studio for years, so you could give it a shot and I might know the answer. I've used FL Studio for like 6 or 7 years, so, but not really the newer versions. I used it up until version 7, and then I used version 9 a little bit, and after that I haven't used it anymore. It's just like, you know, whatever you prefer, right? I switched from FL Studio to Reason to Cubase to back to Reason, I think, back to FL Studio, which was then version 9, and then I switched to Ableton, and I haven't ever switched to a different one ever since. It's just, you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Everybody has a different workflow, and there's gonna be at least one DAW out there that's gonna suit your workflow, and it's just up to you to find that one. And it's just whatever works for you is what you should use, right? It's all about streamlining your production process, and yeah, whatever DAW does that for you is the one that you should use. All DAWs are pretty much capable of doing great stuff these days. All DAWs have pretty much identical stuff in them. There are subtle differences, of course, between the individual DAWs, but like they're all capable of making good music, so whatever works, works. How hard is it for the beginner having no background in any physical instrument? I wouldn't say it's necessarily that much harder than knowing how to play an instrument. Like, the only advantage you would have knowing how to play an instrument is the actual songwriting part, right? And coming up with melodies and coming up with all that kind of stuff. That's the main advantage you would have if you know how to play an instrument, because I suppose if you know how to play an instrument, you probably also know some music theory, you know how to, you know, play melodies, and just with that experience already, you should be able to come up with better melodies than somebody who has no experience. But you'll be surprised how many electronic music producers are out there that knows little to no music theory at all, that had no background playing an instrument at all when they got into music. Some of the biggest names literally can play an instrument for shit, like me included. Like I have no experience playing physical instruments. I did play, like, I learned a little bit how to play a keyboard and piano, but that's about it. It's a lot more about knowing your tools, especially when it comes to electronic music. It's like the actual skill of playing an instrument is far less important than when you actually play live music. Like, obviously, then you have to. There's no other way, I guess. Like, if you play... Well, I guess there's another way, you know, if you play live electronic music, but... Yeah, like, it's music theory itself is not necessarily something that is needed to write really good music. Like, yeah, somebody saying Camo Crew could have zero music theory knowledge, and I can understand that. Like, I don't think they have zero knowledge. They probably do know the basics. Like, that's just something you learn as a music producer along the way. There's no way around it. You're gonna learn what a minor chord is and what a major chord is, and you're probably gonna learn what a minor scale is and what a major scale is. There's no way around it. If you're gonna make music, at some point you're gonna come across that. Like, even if you have no interest in music theory at all, that's something that you're definitely gonna know. So they do have some knowledge about music theory, but it's probably very basic. And they are probably just going off on their hearing, you know? Just listening to a lot of music and working on a lot of music over a long period of time, like, it trains your ears, and at some point you just start hearing what sounds good. And unconsciously they're still using music theory, they just don't know the theory behind it themselves. It's just, theory is not necessarily something that you need, it's something that you can use to describe what somebody has done musically. And that is what you should always try and remember. It's not a set of rules, it's more like a toolbox to describe music, which can also help you when you're writing music, but it's by no means something that you need. And I mean, it shows, like, their tunes are actually, well, when I hear Camel Crooked, especially the last sort of like couple of years, their releases are very, almost, well, they use a lot of interesting chords and harmonies and things that you would normally associate with somebody who does know music theory, but they've been at it for a really long time, so, you know, it's mostly practice, probably, and they just know what sounds good. Which is a really good way of going at it too. Yeah, exactly. Well, it can help you write it. It can help you write it. It's not like theory can definitely be a tool that you can use to, for instance, help you finish a melody when you get stuck with it, or finish a chord progression, or, you know, try and come up with, like, let's say you need a last chord for a progression and you're like, I've tried a couple of different chords and none seem to work right. In that case, music theory might be a good way to be able to fix that, just looking at it theory-wise and just analyzing what you've done so far and then seeing, okay, what would be logical to come after that music theory-wise. Then you can come up with probably an end to that progression, and maybe then even saying, like, okay, well, if that's the most obvious choice, then what would be a less obvious choice, you know, to make it more spicy. So theory can definitely help you write, but it's not something that you need to write music. Like, you can write a beautiful symphonic piece with beautiful chords and layers and harmonies and everything without knowing, or without knowing very complex theory. You can just know the pure basics about minor chords and whatever that kind of stuff. You might not even know about seventh chords and all of that kind of stuff, and still write beautiful stuff just by listening closely. You'll hear quickly enough if something sounds good or not, right? Like, if it sounds good, it probably is good. Like this one too. Oh, didn't want to record anything. Not sure what I recorded, to be quite honest. Nothing, but that track was armed, so whatever. That's, by the way, that's a folder with just stuff that is there that I might use or might not use. It's just there. It's all turned off though, so you're not hearing it. I'm gonna listen to the track one more time, but this time with some extra saturation. I've got a Melda wave shaper on the master here, just doing this shape right here, but with the dry wet brought down to 22%. So it's adding a good amount of crunch. If I bring it up to 100%, you can really hear what I mean. When this bass here comes in, for instance, like this bass right here, if that comes in with the pads here in this section, sounds like that. But when I put the saturator on, and this is at full 100% wet, you can hear what the distortion does to the pad. It kind of starts modulating the pad a little bit as well, because it's running together with the bass through the distortion. And I'm mixing that in just ever so slightly, just to beef up the entire mix and just make it feel a little bit more like a finished track. And sort of like get that slightly hyped feeling. It's not something I would do on the final version of the track, but just as a quick fix right now, just put some saturation on the master. It doesn't really matter too much. Just have to remember that every now and then, just turn it off so that you can hear how it sounds without. Because if you have like, and also don't put a crazy amount of saturation on the master. And always what I like to do is just use a dry wet, so you're still hearing the clean version, but you're just adding a bit of a saturated version to it. Because what happens if you really saturate it very heavily and you then start writing your track into that, you'll see probably that when you turn it off, certain elements are way too quiet and other elements might be way too loud, because you don't really have a good sort of like perception of loudness when it's really heavily saturated. This is just doing it's doing quite heavy saturation, to be honest, but because we're using the dry wet and we are mostly hearing the dry version of the track, it's not that big of a deal. And it actually helps to kind of make everything feel a little bit heavier. So this is with that. Let's just listen to it one more time, and then let's see what we can do for that second half here. And like I said, I'm not entirely happy with how the snare drum feels in the drop. If anybody of you has an idea of something that I need to try or something that I could do for it, I feel like it's too static. But I'm not sure what I want to add to it. Yeah, Trash 2, you could do that. This section still needs work, the build section, but I'll figure that out later. Yeah, I'm feeling a low-pass reese or something. I could use the same one as this one, just a new version, so just copy this. And just use that to make a new version of this reese. We're gonna go into a more regular drum and bass pattern in this section, by the way. It's just gonna be more of like your regular two-step pattern. Okay, that's really long. Let me just do that. This one can start here. Oh no, it needs to start here. Or not. Oh no, it needs to start here. My bad. We get. Let's see, what is the bass doing here? F sharp, and then goes to D here. So in the intro, it is going to. I think it's also going to D right here. I think this is how long the chords are in the intro. Let's see. Because I do want to sort of like go back to the pattern of the intro, I think, in this section. How long are these chords? 2 beats, or 2 bars. Yeah, 2 bars. So this section here, then here it goes to F. And then here it goes to D. And then it goes to C sharp. Now C sharp and D are going to be really low, obviously. So that's something we're going to have to figure out. We cannot do, well, D is still possible, but that C sharp is going to be so low pitched. Like, that's probably not gonna work. So we might have to do some pitch bendy stuff on that one. So go up to maybe a higher pitch, higher octave, and do some pitch bends. Okay, let's see what we have here. So these two I don't like. Let's just get rid of those. Or no, let's not get rid of them completely. Let's just drop them in that folder at the bottom, where I put all the stuff that I kind of discarded, so that I might be able to use them later. So we have, yeah, we had this one. Probably want to use that in this section as well. So let's just take a little part of that. I'm gonna see, because it's a much longer loop. That's the loop itself. Yeah, like on big monitors it probably will sound okay, but I'm not sure. Like most setups it's not gonna work on. It's gonna be quite low. That actually worked pretty damn fucking well right off the bat. Okay, we're getting somewhere with that. I do want to be somewhat different. We're gonna chop it up probably, and the bass needs to be a bit more powerful all the way throughout. Right now it's losing a little bit of volume. There's quite a bit of detuning happening and unison on it. It's like, it's not even 2 voices or something. It's literally pretty wide. See, it's 5 voices, and yeah, it's 40% on the width, so it's quite wide. And that sounds good on the short notes. On the short notes it sounds good, that I'm using here in the first part, because I'm using the phase memory mode here, so the random all the way up with the phase all the way up as well, so it remembers the position of the voices in the stereo spectrum, I guess, or what is it, in the pitch. I'm not entirely sure, but it basically makes sure that even though we're using 5 voices, every time it hits, it sounds the exact same. But if we use a longer note, then the longer the note is, the further they are going to drift apart from that position where it sounds good and bassy. So on the longer notes, it actually starts sounding a little worse. So I might have to adjust that and maybe make a different version of a low-pass reese that is more consistent, which we can do really easily by just making two saw waves that are basically that mono and just detuning those from each other. That way you're gonna have a reese that's always gonna sound good in mono, and use that for the lower notes. That's something we could do for like the low pass notes, because I'm just gonna use the other reese for the higher parts. Like those sound good, and I can maybe add some variation to these, maybe take a couple of out, maybe do something else in place of them, but they sound good already, so I don't really have to change those. See, those are good. That's basically a reese as well. So that's just and because these notes are all higher pitch bend notes, it's not necessarily a problem on those. But on the lower ones, it's a lot more obvious if there's a lot of phase cancellation. You can see it right here at the top as well. Like the bass is just nice and sustained, and there's no separate sub. It's just coming straight from that reese. So you can just see that it's just fully sustained all the way through, except for the sidechain, of course. But it just looks good. Like, and that's because I made sure that I picked a position that sounded good in mono as well. Okay, let's see. Oh yes, that's gonna be nice. Ooh, what if we go for that groove? Oh, that's nice. I like that. I like that. Let's just get rid of all of those extra kicks here. And just put a little groove in. So maybe do a short one here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's just copy this and then get rid of that one. Or should I go here? I think there. And then we're gonna just copy that. okay, we're getting somewhere. Yes, lots and ladies, Alice, welcome. And yo, Fricty on Twitch. That brassy sound is so fucking nice. Which one do you mean? Because they all kind of sound a little brassy. Like the main reese as well. Like the higher pitch bend notes have a bit of a brassy sound as well. See, that last note sounds so fucking like a distorted trombone. It's literally just a saw wave that's been distorted, I think. Yeah, it's literally just a distorted detuned saw. With some chorus. That's basically it. But yeah, that one sounds like a trombone, almost. Especially if we also go to the higher parts here. And then we have the main first one as well. Which is basically the same patch. It's the exact same patch, just with a different sort of like shape. It's more like a plucky shape. Even though it's still quite sustained. And that's just some noise. There's just some extra noise just following along with the main reese, just to add some grit to it. Like I had it without. Sounds pretty good still in this first section. But when the vocal cuts out, like the vocal layer, when that one cuts out, it just felt like there was too little high end. And I thought, you know what, maybe it'd be nice to just add a little distortion layer to it, some white noise that's been distorted. So this without. Shout out to Nathan, whoever that is, but shout out to you, mate. But yeah, then that was without. Now this is with. I'll turn it off here. It just adds that slight amount of crunch on it. I can make it a little louder so you can hear it a little bit better, but just adds a little crunch on top of it. See? So yeah, we can use some of that noise in this section as well. How old I am? I'm forever 21, everybody knows that. It almost feels like it needs to be louder in this section though. We can automate some stuff. Let's see how loud it should be here. Yeah, definitely more something like that, like... Definitely something like that. That would be sick, I think. Just put maybe a utility on it. Yo, Bad Lucks. A lot of familiar faces today. Everybody feeling this tune? Wednesday was a really good stream, by the way. I really had a lot of fun, and it felt like my moderator Gray actually contacted me through a private message on Discord, and he said, "Yo, man, your last stream was really cool. It kind of felt like you unlocked a new level." And I said to him, like, that's actually what it felt like as well during the stream for me. Like, I was just having so much fun, and this tune is just, I'm loving where this is going. And it's really, as well, for me at least, it's feeling like I don't know, I've suddenly figured something out or something. How come we don't see many releases from yourself? I've explained this a lot of times in the past, but basically just doing a lot of tutorials, getting stuck in making loops all the time, just to showcase what you're doing with tutorials and to showcase sounds, and years of that created a habit of not finishing tracks, and now I've been stuck in that same sort of like phase for quite a while. And for a really long time I had tracks that I've been working on, and I kind of knew where I wanted to take them, but it just didn't want to happen, basically. And now in the last few, I don't know, I keep saying that actually in the in the last months, but I think it shows. Like in the last couple of streams, we had some pretty rough ones, where I didn't really get the stuff done that I wanted. I had a couple of streams ago where I had this stream where I really had an idea of what I wanted to do with some chords. Just didn't want to happen. I made some really cool chords in that stream though. It's definitely going to be useful at some point for a different project, but definitely not the thing that I wanted to make though. So another one of those streams. And then I think it was in between last Friday and the stream of Wednesday that I had been working on this project, and I made those intro chords. And I thought, hey, that is actually way more closer to the sound that I was trying to go for in that stream that just didn't want to work. And that's why I decided to start streaming Wednesday, and that's how this whole thing came together, so. And I'm now feeling super inspired. Since a really long time, which is great. I don't know, jungle, I love jungle to listen to, but I'm not necessarily big on it myself to create it. You know? It's one of those. I really love it as a genre, and I really like listening to it. I went to plenty of jungle parties when I was younger, but I just don't really enjoy making it that much. Yes, we are working on the same track. So maybe cut it out here so that the change is not that obvious. I still think I want to do something different with it though. Maybe on the offbeat instead. Oh yes, that's gonna be way better. Doing them on the offbeat. Let's do that one too. I'm getting a lot of people saying very similar things. Sleepnet, Imanu, Bunshin. I've been hearing a lot of people give me those things, like sounds a bit like that, sounds a bit like that. And it's obvious, like those are also the type of drum and bass tracks that I usually like to listen to myself, you know. It's a few of the artists that I really like listening to and that are definitely probably an inspiration in some kind of way. Whatever you like listening to just ends up being an inspiration, even unconsciously, even if you're not trying, right? But you know, Matthews, Noisia, obviously, Phase, a lot of people like that. It's all, I really enjoy those type of tracks. But then again, I also really like the drum and bass that really explores like using harmonies and chords and things in intros. Like, I love liquid drum and bass to listen to. Again, it's not one that I really like listening or making myself. I like making a bit heavier stuff, but I love listening to it for that reason, for how they usually work a lot more with harmonies and stuff. But I love it when heavier drum and bass does that, and Noisia has done that for a really long time. Like, if you listen to some old Noisia tracks, which one was it? Could It Be? Or something like that. And there's plenty of other tracks that are older even, that where they, in their intros, did really interesting, almost cinematic type stuff, which always has been the sound in drum and bass that I really loved. So seeing artists like Sleepnet right now, Imanu as well, and there's plenty of others who are currently exploring a lot of that as well. Maybe with a slightly more digital sound, but it's still underlying, it's still that sort of like, it's not like for a really long time, drum and bass, it's mostly just spamming an F note and then an occasional F sharp, and you're done, right? And it's good to see that we're breaking away from that a little bit in drum and bass. We've been stuck at that phase for way too long, right? It's nice to see people explore what else you can do with it. And same with like Noisia in the last few years. They've been exploring so much more different tempos and just going away completely from drum and bass, but still having that drum and bass sound. And that is I think the whole point. I like to see people explore more and just break away from the traditional things. And this one is gonna do something like that too, because yeah, that drum pattern is not your typical drum and bass pattern anymore. Like, I guess in certain really heavy drum and bass styles, you might see these patterns. Like, I've heard Limewax tracks with snare patterns like that, but they're fucking pen snares, basically. Just distorted cooking pans just smashed with a steel rod, and that ran through distortion. And yeah, I've heard these drum patterns in those tracks, but never in like, or at least not often in more neuro tracks or other types of drum and bass. So yeah, that's why I think I also really like doing this one. It's just I'm not entirely sure yet about that snare drum. I tried a little thing on the snare earlier, not on this stream, but off stream, and I was using a disperser to give it a bit of a weirder sound. So by itself, the snare drum sounds like this. And I thought maybe with a disperser I can give it a bit of... That one, I think I had it higher. It gives it a bit of that weirder sound, and it kind of worked a little bit, but I also didn't really like it either. So I'm kind of still a bit not sure on what snare I'm going to use for the final version of this track, but for now I'm going to leave this one because it kind of works. I guess I can play it with the disperser on. Yeah, I just like it more without, I think. Yeah, the intro of that track is just so insane. That synth is fucking amazing in the intro. Like, it's been one of my favorite Noisia intros for a really long time. That opening, that synth is just fucking insane. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm probably gonna try some other snares as well at some point. But like I said, at first we'll probably get the entire track structured out. So get like this first finished, and then the breakdown, second drop, or at least put the first drop and just copy it over to the second drop and then make a little outro or something. Outro doesn't even need to be there yet, this is not that important, but just at least have the full track sort of like done, so that I can then go back and just start working on everything, because I've really noticed that when I just get stuck in the little details right away, I just get stuck completely. It's maybe not my favorite tune they made, it's a hard one. Like, they made so many good ones. I guess one of my favorites will always be Stigma. Like, it's one of the first Noisia tracks I really got into, and it's such an insane track, even though it's so old. Okay, I think I want to make this one different here as well. So let's see, we have some automation here. Let's get rid of you. So this is the automation of that's doing the volume movement on this on these chords. I think I'm just gonna make them come in like this in this section. And I think the bass, because this section of the bass is the exact same as the one right here, so I think we're gonna do a little change here as well. Maybe even cut the bass out for a little part. Let's see. Yeah, maybe even cut this out completely here. Maybe leave that last one. Yeah, something like that is gonna be fun. Maybe put some drum fill there. Something like that. Do you know any of the names I mentioned? I know Magnitude. I did a remix for him once. Really long time ago. Really long time ago. It was one of my first actual released tracks, I think. It was a remix for one of his old tunes. Back in the old Party Flock days. Partyflock.nl. I think they're actually offline. I was trying to look at the old forum there, see if I could find some of my old forum posts for like a video or something, but wasn't able to access the website, or at least not able to access the forum and log in and shit. So Party Vlog, if you're not Dutch, it used to be an old Dutch website with like basically just the full upcoming party schedule of the Netherlands. Basically, was just like an entire website with just a full schedule of all the parties across the country, from like the most smallest little village shed parties to huge ass festivals. And then they would also have, like, if there would be people with like who would be photographers and stuff like that visiting the parties, they would then, you know, post the photos there on the page of the party itself, because every party would get a page, every DJ had a page, so you could like add like your favorite DJs to your profile. And it also had a forum, and on that forum there was a one specific category that I used to frequent, which was a production category, and that's where I learned my first little bits of music production, and where I also met Magnitude and ended up doing a little remix for him, which sounds like shit. If I listen to the track now, it sounds absolutely horrible. There's really high-pitched screechy sounds in there that I would have never even thought of putting into a track right now, but hey. I think I must have been like, I don't know, 15, 14 maybe. It's a really long time ago. I might have been a little older, but okay, we're gonna need to make that bass better, the low pass bass. So you can see as well, halfway through it sort of like dips in volume and it becomes quieter. And I would like it to be a more consistent sort of like oscillation. So what we can do is, let's just duplicate this one, so we don't lose the original one that we have right now. Let's just do this. Go into here. I'm just gonna turn all of these off. I can leave the sidechain on. And let's just initialize this patch. So we're just gonna have... And there's reverb on here as well. Let's just get rid of that for now. So that's just what we get now. Let's first start by making this re-trigger. Do the same thing here. Turn this one on. And let's assign macro 1 to the fine-tune of both of them. Go into the matrix, click these so that it's unipolar, and then I'm going to bring this one down to -50, this one up to +50, and that way I now have a twice as loud saw wave. But as soon as I bring the macro up, we basically push these away from each other in terms of pitch, and that way the center pitch is always going to be the exact pitch we're playing, so the sort of like the average pitch of the two. Okay, let's run this one through some distortion to make sure that it's even out in volume, basically even throughout in volume. See, even when, like before the distortion, you can see when there's a lot of, so like when the note is longer, you will see that over time the notes sort of like, the voices sort of like drift away from each other, and we also get less bass then. You can see certain elements, certain parts of it are just louder than others. So just by distorting it heavily, we're evening that out. And then I can maybe just switch this so that I can boost the level a little bit. And we still have that movement of the detuning going on. And then now I'm going to filter it. So I'm not using the filter right here. I'm using the filter right here after the distortion. And we could even use the filter in here, actually. I never do that, but we should just use this filter. We still get some movement here, but it's not as much. Now we can assign the note modulator to this one a little bit, so that on that last note we open up that filter a little bit more. And you can hear that now the bass is consistent throughout. Like, if I compare it with this one without the sidechain, and then this one. See, it's just way more consistent. The oscillation in the sound is very consistent, and that is what you need for like these lower, longer sustained reeses. For like these short ones in this first part of the track, we can use the other one just fine, but for this section, this is probably gonna work a lot better. Now, I am thinking of just using a regular filter so that we can actually swap out the filter shape. Let's do that, actually. Go for like an 18 dB. And then just take the note modulator, whack that on here. And I've adjusted this one so that when I play that low F sharp, you see that little dotted line here. Like, if I do this, I'm basically moving this point to where that dotted line is, where it intersects, so that that F sharp note, the filter is basically at its lowest position. If I play a lower pitch than that F sharp, which is the root of the track, the filter is not going to close down anymore. It's just going to stay at this position. So these notes, see, I'm playing an F sharp, and then I'm going to F. So this note has the exact same filtering on it as the F sharp. Same for that D note. But on the C sharp, it is actually opening up the filter a little bit more, and that's because I adjusted that graph. And I can emphasize it a little bit more. Like, if I want that last note to be more, I can just bring this further in. Basically all the way to make it all the way open if I want. Or I could even curve it a little bit. But that might actually already be too much, so I'm just going to do this and maybe then curve it a little bit like that. Not even, I'm just going to leave it straight. And now, because I'm using the macro, oh, that's the wrong track. Let's move that boy in here, so don't get distracted. Now, because I'm using that macro, let's call that detune. I can now play around with the detune to get the right timing on the oscillation as well. So if I want it a little bit faster, I can just bring this up. And that's gonna definitely, if we're gonna listen to it with the drums, that's gonna make a big change, especially on that last note. See, I might want to make it a little faster. That's better. Now it's sort of like the rhythm of that bass, of that reese, falls a little bit better with the drums. It basically just works a bit better with the drums now. And I might want to fine-tune it as well. Okay, maybe 49%. That one's sounds pretty good. It's either 48 or 49. Yeah, that sounds good. Now we need to make it a little bit louder though, because it's not loud enough right now. And I can see that easily. If I just play it, we can just see it's not loud enough. So, I have a little thing bass mono. We don't need it because this is already mono. There's no effects on here other than this one. Oh, I can just boost the drive a little bit here. There we go. Now it's on the right level. Maybe even a little bit less. That percussion sound in that section is really nice, has some weird character to it. I would love if you take a minute to explain what you did there. Well, that is not gonna warrant a minute of time. Oh, maybe it is. One moment, I moved the snare drum out of the group. It's gonna take very little time to explain what I did there, because it's literally just a loop from a sample pack. But with some sidechain on it, so this is the original loop. And that's just straight from a sample pack. But it just fit, you know, and I used it in the first part. I still want to chop this one up though. I wanna make this better. But this is just a good placeholder for now. It was actually the same one that I used for this. See, that's just a little chop from this. And then I just needed something to fill out this section for the time being, and I thought, well, what if I just take that loop and just stretch it out all the way and just see how it sounds, and it sounded actually pretty good. So I'm gonna use parts of this, but I need to use some other parts in between and make it better. But first, want to get the bass right. Okay, we can try doing some more stuff here. So we have that filter. Let's do a macro on this. So that's going to be our low pass filter. So that I can do that, basically. Now, I do think I would like to have some width on that high when it goes up. So, let's take you, put it after this, or in front of it, doesn't really matter. And I don't want to have that here. So let's just do that. And then let's assign that same macro knob to the mix here, so that when we get that. Okay, maybe a bit less. Okay, and then let's do some chorus maybe as well on the higher frequencies. That's still pretty much mono. And then on the high note it gets a little bit more stereo, but that's still pretty much mono. It's very center still. But if I open the filter up, we should get a lot more width. We got more width now. Let's see what happens if we add that reverb back in. Let's just see what happens if we use this. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Just a simple rise like that is all that we need. Yeah, that's image line wave candy. Could maybe do a little thing on it. Let's see, is this monophonic already? I don't think it is. No. Let's make it. I'm thinking of doing something here as well. So we have G sharp. Let's set the MPE mode. Let's not do that for now. No, it's discontinued, but you can download the installation files from the FL Studio website, from the Image Line website, and if you have a license for FL Studio, you can then use them. I think something like that. It was something like that, but you can just download them from the website. You just search Wave Candy download Image Line, and you're gonna find a page on their website. It's not on the product page, but it's on like some back away page. It's some like downloads page on their site somewhere. It was weird because I tried searching for it earlier on their downloads page and it didn't show up, but then I searched for it with Google and it showed up. So I was like, okay. And you just take that and just install it and then it should work. Actually, let's go to MPE mode and let's do the pitch bend in MPE. I've been doing that for the entire track, and it actually works really well. Ooh. Does the MPE pitch bend also work with the note modulator in Serum? Let's see. Let's see if it works. Nope. That didn't work. Well, then we're not going to use the MPE one for this one. Well, you need the separate VST version. That's the first thing you need. So that's why I need to download it from the website. There's a separate VST version of that plugin. So you need that one. And you cannot copy the DLL files from the FL Studio installation folder. That's actually a different version of the VST that's native to FL Studio. You really need to just download the VST version. Back in the day, you could buy those separately. That's how people also got Harmor, for instance, and Citrus working in other DAWs. And you just needed those separate VST versions, and then you can use them. But for a really long time they didn't work in Ableton, at least for me. And ever since they discontinued it and they released those installation files, basically just the unsupported ones, the final version that they have, I tried those and those actually showed up. So now they do work. So I don't know if they changed something with that last release, but for some reason they now suddenly work and they wouldn't work before. But yeah, I really love it, man. It's great. I've always been wanting that that thing at the top there. It's so good. It just helps, you know, to see like the level of things, even though it's pretty small. And the same thing with this one here, it just helps to see the stereo of things. I don't have to open up my master, don't have to open up another plugin window. I can just see it at any times, which is great. No, let's get out of MPE mode. Not really. I guess we'll just leave it at that one note then. Get rid of the pitch bend. if I do this? Wait. I'm going to make a copy of this one and remove everything here. And then remove everything here. So I can have a separate version of this one. I'm just gonna make this one monophonic. Now the other one doesn't work because there's a lot of notes being re-triggered, and I need to add gaps in between the notes if I want to make the patch monophonic, so I didn't do the pitch bends there. I did the pitch bends with, oh yeah, fuck, I don't have to do this. I did the pitch bends with MPE on that one. So I just need to adjust these pitch bends. Stupid fucking me. So I don't even have to do that. I can just leave it like this. And then go into here. Yeah, so we have that going on. I need to figure out what that is doing. So it's going to F sharp while the bass is going to F there. So let's see what happens if we put this at an F instead. Oh, that's weird. But it's kind of calling for a lower F, so... Yo. Yeah, that's more what it wants. And then this one needs to be more like this one as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy this note and drop it right here. And then I have to adjust this because this one is playing an A. The underlying note here, or the whole thing, is playing D. A is a perfect fifth above D, right? Or is it A sharp? D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's A. So A minor chord. This could work actually already. Let's see. Okay, this works, but I'm gonna do this a different one. This is gonna be B, maybe? B to F. Totally. Dun, dun, dun. This one is monophonic now, right? Yeah, okay, good. So we can do bam bam. Doesn't sound monophonic, or am I? It's just a weird sounding pitch bend. Oh, that's better. do still think that, let's see. That's pretty good level. Could maybe... That's too much. I can just leave it like this. Not necessarily that big of a deal if there's a little bit of less level on that sub. Okay, so let's copy that. And then I should also copy this one. Let's have a little recap. I'm not entirely happy with the snare yet. No, we don't need that. Hmm. Okay, let's just try taking the entire section for now. This section. Maybe cut it out here already. Okay. Did you use any processing on the kick? Yeah, there is some processing on the kick. I did it all in the group here. There's some processing on the kick. This one is not used, so let's get rid of that. Quite a few limiters actually. 2 limiters. Yeah, basically, like I can turn these off. This is the kick drum without any processing. So, limiting it. Making it mono. This high pass. Getting rid of a little bit of the sub. Transient master. Really adding. That's like really just, you know, that just works so much better. And then saturator. Really adding a good amount of grit to it. This EQ is used in the intro, basically to low pass everything. And then just, yeah, there's just some volume automation. Another bit of EQ here to shape it. Kinda make it sound less boxy, I guess. Makes it sound a little bit weightier as well, like it feels more bass heavy because you're taking out some mids. And then a final limiter at the end. Just doing a very tiny bit. But it's just a big, fat, squashed kick drum basically. It's just completely completely crushed basically. But it works in the mix, you know? And that's what matters. We might need a different kick in the intro though, but for now I'll just leave the one that we have. Maybe I'll later make a less distorted version of it for the intro, because in the intro I have this low pass one, and you can kind of hear the distortion is just making it a bit, I guess, yeah, I'm not sure, it just might not work that well. Well, if you cannot get the kick loud enough, then it's mostly, most of the time, it's because there's too much bass in the kick. Like, if you take some of the bass out, you'll see that you can push it harder then afterwards. The bass frequencies are usually the ones that make compressors and limiters and saturation or distortion work the hardest. So, if you find that if you push it even harder, it just starts to sound really bad, then most of the time that is because the bass frequencies of that kick are hitting whatever processing you're putting on it. And yeah, just take them down like I did here, right? With that one. Thanks for the donation. Is my voice that quiet? It looks like a reasonable level. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I can see. It's I might be able to push a little bit. Is that better? To do some gain automation there, but for now it'll work. Okay, let's see. Drop you there. let's take some of the... Let's go in here. Let's take just one of these kicks. We're gonna need one right here. Need one right there. Take that one. That one might be able to go here. I'm gonna cut the bass out for that last part. Dun, 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 dun. Probably even that one as well. I'm on what is it? I'm on 12 Monkeys Hakuna. Representing Canada, boy. Representing. Okay, we're gonna have to track structure it out in just a little bit, because this is going to be the build section. So I can just say this, move that right here. Take these. We're gonna move them down here as well. I'm just gonna do the same build or the same drop for now. So I'm just gonna take this entire section, and then we might add some variation or do a completely separate drop. Who knows? But for now, we'll just do that. I think we need some vocals somewhere. Well, I want to do a completely different vocal chop for this one. Like, it's too noisy, this one, in my opinion. Especially when it opens up here in the drop. Like, it's just so noisy. And it's already a little noisy without the processing. So the processing is just making it even more noisy. See, it has a very noisy kind of sound because it's been pitched and form and shifted and all that kind of stuff. But even without the form and shifting, because that is turned off right now, it still sounds noisy. So, yeah, it's not really working too well, this one. So I'm kind of gonna try and find a different one. Like, we need some a cappella or something with some more pronounced good vowels in them that I can chop up, that I can use instead of these. I'll find one. Just try out some random acapellas and see what happens. But now we already basically have 5 minutes and 12 seconds of tune. And now it's just a matter of fine-tuning. Let's just do a little... Yeah, like I'm not entirely happy with the snare drum either yet. I feel like it's still too static, and I'm either gonna layer something on top of it that changes throughout the track, so that the snare drum doesn't sound the same every single time, because it's a lot of snare drums in a row, if you get what I mean. It's just, that first half of the drop, it's just snare mayhem. So yeah, we need some extra layer there maybe. And we need to do the gap in between the drop and the build. This section just in general needs to be improved. Like, this needs to be a lot more hyped, building up. Maybe even have some drums continuing in this section. The reese here needs to change. It's now just continuing all the way to the drop. That's not supposed to be there. Okay, that's where we are right now. We're getting close to finishing this one. Really close. Now it's time for final details and adjusting things. Now, first thing I noticed is that reese. That reese went up all the way to the drop, which is not what it's supposed to do. In fact, that reese should be moved to here, so that it cuts out right here. Because there is... I think there is... Where is that tape stop happening? Yeah, right there. So that's where the reese stops as well. Where the reese does the little pitch bend down. Now I do think we need variation in the second drop from the first one. So that's definitely something that we're gonna have to do. Now, like I said in the stream on Wednesday, one thing that I always do every now and then is, like I say, record my entire track and then transpose it down. Let's say 3 semitones, which brings drum and bass tempo into a breakbeat tempo. And if you then listen to it, because you're listening to... Okay, it's gonna be lower pitched, of course, that's something you gotta keep in mind, but you're gonna be able to listen like little details in faster parts, like drum fills or just the percussion in general. And those you're gonna be able to hear better, because in drum and bass everything is obviously really quick, right? So sometimes it gets a little bit tough to hear, like what is exactly going on in a certain spot. And by slowing your track down, you could even leave it warped so it doesn't change pitch, but I don't like that, because then it also screws the transients up and all of that, and you get that stretchy kind of sound. So I just rather just listen to it at a slightly lower pitch, basically just as if you slow the record down. And that way you'll be able to hear certain things better, because it's just slower, right? And I had that in the previous stream as well. I was listening to it, and it was this little thing that I heard every now and then, but I couldn't put my hand on it, what it was or where it was coming from. And I slowed the track down, listened to it, I was like, it's a little percussion bit, you know? And it's just, sometimes that helps. Even helps, like if you're, for instance, if you are trying to analyze a track, and there's a track and there's a really interesting sick part going on that you don't fully can put your head on, like what is it, what are they doing percussion, like maybe they're doing a crazy drum fill, you know, and you are like, whoa, that drum fill is sick, what are they doing, what are they hitting, and in what order. Sometimes 16-note drum fill, for instance, or maybe even if there's some 1/24th or 1/32nd notes in there, it can be quite tough to hear if that note is a snare drum or a tom or anything like that. Slow the damn thing down and you're going to be able to hear it way easier. So, you know, it's the same principle, basically, the same kind of idea, just works the exact same way. And sometimes it might even make you go, breakbeat or 140 BPM VIP remix in a lower pitch might actually sound pretty cool. You know, I had those moments too, where you just slow your entire track down and lower pitched, and I just go, holy shit, it sounds actually pretty damn nice at this pitch. On the third and fourth phrase of after the intro, I think the snare fits perfect. But for the first two, it needs something. I just think in that section where the snares are just like hitting on every, what is it? It's 1/4 dotted, or is it 1 second dotted? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's a lot of snare drums really close together. Like it's not even one beat apart. They're like 3/4 of a beat apart. So yeah. That's a lot of snare drums. And I feel like maybe we need something slightly different in this section, instead of that snare drum. How did you modulate each note of a chord differently in the main scene of the intro? I can't work out how it's done. It's the MPE pitch bends in Ableton Live 11. So all the notes are pitch bending individually, as you can see. So here, the first part, it still sounds alright, right? It's just one semitone down for both of them. But then in the second half, this one goes up and the other one goes down. So that's what you're hearing, and that's what creates that interesting sound. And then the same thing happens here when a top note comes in. It does that really high pitch bend on that one, and that's a really cool sound. I really like that. I just want to make this one, the higher note, come in different in the second half when it comes in during the drop. Basically during the end of the first drop. It comes in a little bit abrupt, and I kind of want to make it come in more gradually, but I could be able to use the MPE stuff for that as well by just assigning the level of the synth to the mod wheel, because if I'm correct, then I can... Oh no, I need to do it to one of these. So if I connect it to pressure or slide, then I should be able to... Can you just make lines here as well? Yes. So I should be able to make that note come in like that. So it comes in volume. Just assign that to the slide function or something. Whatever that is. Well, we'll have to figure out what that is, but... I want to be able to basically control the level of this top note so that it comes in gradually, so that it fades in instead of coming in abruptly. Might even do that in this section as well, because we get this sound. See, that's that sound. And then a top note comes in. And you really hear it right away, right? So I want maybe coming in a little bit more gradual. So yeah, that's just what you're hearing, basically. And that's just done with a serum. So it's just serum playing some simple saws with this pulse wave kind of shape. Not that complicated actually, just a little bit of that. And most of the stuff happening is just the automation on it as well, like the pitch bends and then all the automation going on here. Like just mostly just filter automation. Yeah, so we can, for instance, listen to this a little bit slower and see what we hear. That's gonna be lower pitched, right? But I do love what these chords sound like in this pitch, by the way. It's now D sharp minor, or D sharp harmonic minor. We're actually in F sharp harmonic minor, but I slowed it down, made it 3 semitones lower. See if I could spot some things that I wasn't able to spot without it. Okay. That reversed kick, I think I'm gonna remove it or either do it differently because it sounds a little, I don't know. It kind of makes that first kick sound a little weird here. And yeah, you can see it as well in the waveform. It just, this part right here. See? It struggles to find where it has to go because that reversed kick in front of it is also so loud. It's basically just the exact same as this one. And it's not a kick drum with a good fade, right? It's probably because it's running through the same effects as the main kick drum. So just need to make a separate kick drum or maybe even a different sound, just a subby sort of like zoop kind of sound. And just put that in place of that so that we get a more smooth transition. And all the effects on the kick drum don't respond to this thing in front of it, so they will basically just only respond to that kick drum, and so that way the kick drum will still sound the same as it has to, or it should sound then how it is supposed to sound, because right now it's not. So, do you hear those little percussion bits? You can hear them pretty clearly right now. When the bass cuts out at the end, you can still hear those couple of little sort of higher percussion bits. Do you hear them? Just those little couple of hits, and I think they're gonna be here as well, of course, then. Basically at the end of each of these sections. So it's basically, what I'm hearing is these right here, after that last snare drum. They sound a little bit too weak when the bass kind of cuts out there. So maybe adding a little drum fill right underneath these. So maybe a little tom fill or something to reinforce these last three sort of like percussive hits. That way we kind of, I guess we just fill it up a little bit more and kind of make up for when the bass goes away there. Because now it's just like it's just three little ticks there. Like, that's just what you're hearing. And when the bass is playing, that's fine, you know, but when the bass goes away, it's a little bit, yeah, would probably even sound better if I take them out there. But I kind of do like it to keep that pace going of the percussion, because I'm already cutting it out here, so I don't also want to cut it out here, because then I'm cutting it out for 2 beats, which, you know, just, I don't know, just a preference, I guess. What can we add there? A little, yeah, like I said, a little percussive thing maybe might be good. I want to know how this part sounds slower. Yeah, okay, I want to do some more stuff to that percussion as well, for sure. Okay, let's go back to our regular tempo and pitch. Yeah, but like, you can see what I mean, right? By slowing it down, you can hear certain things more easily, especially those faster percussion thingies. Like, if you were just to try and analyze a track that you really like, and there's a bit in there like that, and you want to know and figure out what it does, then slowing it down is just really going to help, because it's just going to be way easier. The same I guess the same reason why if you want to learn how to play piano, you first try playing slow and not playing super fast right away. So for maybe a beginner getting into drum and bass, slowing something down might actually be really helpful. Like, I used to do that back in the day as well, like, when I heard some crazy tracks with syncopated drums and stuff, especially when I found out about stuff like what Limewax was doing. Like, I was really just a beginner at music, and you hear this crazy loudest drum and bass music with, like, these big-ass pen snares and just massive stuff. Little me was like, how do you make that? And then somebody gave me that tip. I think it was somebody who made gabber music. And he just told me, like, yo, if you want to hear a little bit better what they're doing, just try slowing it down. It's going to be lower in pitch, but you're going to be able to hear things easier. So I was like, okay, let's try it out. And it actually works pretty well, as long as you keep in mind that the pitch is going to be lower. And don't listen to it for too long, because then when you go back to your track, it's going to sound really off. And you're just going to be like, what? It sounds so high-pitched and so bright. Well, duh, because now your ears are used to the lower pitched version. So that's something you gotta keep in mind a little bit. Maybe just take a little break after you've listened to it in a lower pitch. Just write down all the things that you note about your track that you didn't really were able to hear that well when it was on the regular pitch. And then just come back maybe 10 minutes later, give your ears a little bit of a rest, grab something to drink or something downstairs, I don't know, whatever your situation is. And then go back to it, you know? I need a drink. Sorry for the sound, but let's first fix that reversed kick drum. Let's just take this one out. Yeah, see, it's in the same group. Maybe if I take it out of the kick drum group. But like, there's not much of a fade to this kick drum to begin with. But that worked way better. See, that already is so much better than having it in the group of the kick drum. Let's just low pass it as well. That's way better. Okay, yeah, like I said, I'm hearing some extra little bit underneath these to kind of reinforce those bits at the end there. So we're gonna have to find something. I'm just gonna go to that same sample pack real quick. Let's see if there's something in there that I can use. I think it was this one. Those might work. In fact, do I like that? Yes or no? It does add a little bit of something, but Yeah, I do think it adds something that is quite nice, but... Goes to C sharp. Can we... Not the entire thing, please. Now the question is, why are you barking outside? That's not the question. The question is, to which note are we gonna go here? Because I feel we could be doing something else. Or we could just do F sharp. That's not in the scale, but it sounds fucking awesome. Should I do that? Sounds kinda cool. It is not in the scale, but maybe bow. Go down to F sharp. Ooh, yes. Just for one little part, just go to Phrygian. Who cares? Sounds so gnarly. Like it just sounds angry, if you get what I mean. That one note just wow. I'm not sure what feeling this tune gives me, but it feels good, so I'm fine with it. Can't really put my finger on it, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, that note is definitely gonna stay. So I might even copy it to here as well. Take that and just drop it there. Needs to be a little different in front of it then. Let's see. We have this one in front of it. Now this one is going to a G. So this is going D, C sharp, and then it's going to G. My bad. Let's see. Okay, that's not. But I could go to the G as well there. I mean, why not? Let's just use that note outside of the scale. It sounds fucking nice. Yes, it works. So let's just do that. Kenny, thanks. Like, that's what I mean. Like, so many people have been saying this to me in the past few days. Like, the people who've been watching Wednesday, there have been a bunch of people, I think about 4 or 5 people who contacted me on Instagram or Twitter or Discord, just saying that they really liked it and that it's one of the best things that they heard me ever make. So, that combined with me myself feeling like I suddenly leveled up during that stream, yeah, kind of reinforces that idea. So thanks for that, boys. Thanks for that a lot. Yeah, like, it's just that little spicy G note, which is not supposed to be there, because we are in F sharp harmonic minor. So we get F sharp, and then we get that F below it. So that G, because of the G, we now get F, F sharp, and G in the notes that we're using, which, I mean, it sounds fucking gnarly, so I'm fine with that. You know? It actually sounds pretty cool, and it doesn't sound weird with the chords underneath it either, so let's just go for it. It kind of adds a little bit to it, you know? It's a bit of an unexpected note, but yeah, like you said, it adds a little bit of a spicy note, right? It's a bit of a spicy one, which is good. I feel like that's going to be the biggest thing that I'm going to have to figure out. That is going to be the hardest one as well. Like what the snare drum is going to do in this section. Because I like it here, but I don't like how much and how heavy that snare drum is all the time in this section. It needs something different. But yeah, I'm not sure what. That's gonna be the hardest thing to figure out. The most of the other stuff I can easily do. That one is going to be one that I'm really gonna have to experiment for to figure out what is gonna work. Yeah, I'm pitching it. I tried it already, you know. I already tried a bunch of things that I didn't like. So, yeah, I'm putting that one off to until the last thing that I'm probably gonna do. You know, maybe by the time I get to it, then I'll have come up with something or something. You know, it's just like. Yeah, it's one of those, for now it'll work, you know, the way it is. So I had a couple of things that I was trying in the intro as well. This was one of them. Kind of like a little bit, but also not really. I do love that Portamento sound. It's so good. It sounds so nice. It's a really good library, actually. It's the Native Instruments Session Strings 2. But might be a little bit too much. Let's see if I adjust this so that it's not as loud in the first part. Make it rise throughout. Kind of wants to go up here, I know, but I don't have that range on this instrument, so I would have to swap it out for like a, I guess a viola then. More dynamic, definitely vibes. Yeah, I'm kind of debating to put this in or not. Like I also like starting like this, just having that quieter sort of like pad-like ambience, and with the chord just creeping in almost. Like I like that too, but like I like this section a lot actually, like this. But yeah, this does kind of work. Maybe a little quieter. Try filtering it a bit. Not sure about that one. It does sound nice, but it's for now it's gonna go back into this one. I also had this one, which I also really like, but it's one of those where I think it's gonna be too much. It's gonna be another melody added into the track, which does work with the chords, but it's like another thing added to the track, which is another sort of like hook in a way, which I don't think we need. But it does sound kind of cool having a pattern like this, but it does need more automation and shit. It's really loud. Holy shit. But that one is not really gonna fit. I hear it already right now, so that one is not gonna be used. Okay. We're probably not gonna use that. Okay, now I'll leave the rest. What is this down here? Did I turn it off again? shit. Yeah, that's a bit much. Okay, we're gonna add some, we're gonna work some on the percussion in the drop, actually. That definitely needs some more work. So, let's see if I cut out these percussion bits at the last one here. What happens? Yeah, that actually worked well. Let's put that in there as well. Should we do that? Leave the shaker, or yeah, take it out maybe. Okay, we have this one. Let's just consolidate this. So I'm gonna extend this note. Let's see, what is that doing? That's doing gonna make it fall down in pitch a little bit. And then let's do that maybe. Rid of that one so that we don't get a click. Maybe do something slightly different with the pitch bend here, but okay, we need a high pass on this as well. Let's do an auto filter on this bass line. Drop it here in front of the sidechain. Switch that to a high pass and let's bring it all the way down. Group that. And group this to macro 1 or map that to macro 1. Same for the on-off switch. Go into the mapping. Change the on-off switch value from 1 to 127. Go out of mapping. So now it's turned off when it's all the way down, and then it turns on if you start using the high pass. So then we can do this and then just do something like that. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe that might be nicer. Something like that. We can also, yeah, we cannot really make a knob go up and down while this one only goes up, I think. So let's just automate the resonance. Just do this and bring it back down. Wait, let's make a point first and then do that. Okay, now let's see. That's going to F. Let's go to this F and make this go up to here. Oh yeah, let's just go up. And then I think what it also needs is a little bit of volume automation, which we don't have yet. No, we don't have yet. So let's take utility. Just so that we can fade it out at the end. And just do that, basically. Something like this. And probably do some reverb on it as well. Might actually do something different in this section. I'm not really liking this transition too much yet. I mean, it works. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. We can get rid of that. No, let's leave the high pass in. Get rid of this and the volume automation. I'll leave the high pass in because I might actually want to use that in certain parts. Like maybe here. So you just have like a little moment where it cuts out. Just where it takes out the bass a bit. That actually wasn't too bad. Kinda works. Something like that would be good. Just like adding a little extra bit of percussion in that section. And we need some snare fills happening as well. For sure. Like there's almost no hats in this at all. Like maybe some from the breaks, but other than that there's little to no hats. Which in this section kind of works, you know? Doesn't really need much hats. Should I replace the snares here with kick drums just for this one section? Let's try it out. I'm gonna save first. And then I'm gonna try it out. If I don't like it, I'll load up the project before it. Or I can just fix it afterwards, but just do that. And then do bum bum bum. Oh wait, no. Like that. Oh yes, that's gonna be perfect. I think. Yeah, it kind of works. Let's take... And then actually... I don't have a high pass on the kick, I think. Just a low pass. Where was that high pass again? On the bass. Yeah. Copy that. Let's put that on the kick drum as well. Delete the automation. And then just go here. Then we're just gonna make this come up during this section. Okay, this is the really weird sounding hat thingy. I wonder if we can make it interesting. Let's see. Let's use an EQ8 and put a high pass on it, so we first make sure that there's no clashing elements, which there isn't, but okay. Now let's take a frequency shifter. Let's see what happens if we shift it around. Like maybe even do that. Like that might actually work well as well. Could even automate this. Actually, that sounds quite alright. Pitch. I'm shifting it way down. Like, it's gonna be super subtle, but that's what it's doing underneath there. And let's just do a little bit more at the end. Well, whatever. Like, it's super subtle, but it just helps with lifting that entire thing. Like, we have a little bit of a rise build kind of part here, right? So there's the noise sweeps underneath here as well happening. So doing something like that, even though it's very subtle, it's kind of gonna help to make everything just rise along with it a little bit. The tiny amount. A little bit more. There we go. This loop definitely works. It just adds so much groove. Like, without that, like, it still sounds cool. This would be for the outro of the track. This is good. Cutting this one out in the last part is gonna work. So let's actually do that already. Let's just go here. In fact, we've actually done quite a bit of changes to the first drop already. So let's just, since this is the exact same as the first drop for now, let's just delete all of this. And then just copy all of this right here. And paste it right here. So now, let's go into the drums. And I'm gonna mute this one. Yeah, probably in this last section. I'm probably also gonna get rid of the shaker here. Oh no, no, that's way too much. Shaker's gonna stay. And like these pads that are coming in, they're now building up, but they're gonna have to build down instead, so that's something else we need to change. But I think I might also want to do a variation in second drop though, because otherwise it's gonna be too similar. Okay, let's save, because I like that little kick drum build that we did, so... We're getting very far today, actually. We basically almost finished this track. I'm on a roll. W's in the chat. Let me see those W's. It's literally just fine-tuning things now. Let's see. Yes. Okay, should I take out some of the percussion here? Take out these little parts here. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking, we can do some... Where should I do it on? Let's see. Probably on the chords. Let's do that. Let's go to here. Is it here? No, I don't have it in here. Let's go to this one, Rex. Where are you? Did I move it again? I did, right? There you are. Let's put this one on the chords. Okay, that's pretty quiet. Why is it so quiet? Yeah, that's too quiet. Okay, let's see. Boost that a little bit. Not do a high cut. And let's we have that as well. Let's go into the mapping. Let's change that level. The utility is gonna go to plus 18 dB. And then let's make this one come in a little bit earlier as well. High pass it a little bit more. And now it is a reverb, so what I can do, let's try this out. Taking the kilohertz pitch shifter, let's put it after the after the reverb. It's probably gonna sound like shit, but hey, we're gonna try it out. It's gonna work? We'll see. Let's see if it's gonna work. Yeah, it definitely works. It's a little quiet, but fucking mosquitoes. Always during the stream. Yeah, I might do it a different way. Don't really like it that much, actually. It's not that pronounced. You don't really hear it that well. Ooh, I could do some drum fills with addictive drums pretty easily. That should be doable. I was gonna search for fill in my sample folders, but then we're gonna just go through endless folders of samples. Let's just use addictive drums, because it comes with these really easy fill MIDI files, which is basically just drum fills in MIDI. And those are really helpful for these kind of things. Just go to, well, at least first pick a good kit. Let's go to one of the funk kits. Funk. That one. Sure. And then we can select only fills here, for instance. Now all we get here is fills. Sync tempo. You can literally just now stop. Obviously those are some of them are really fast and shit. So you can use this as well. Just say like host plus minus 20 beats per minute. And now you're gonna get pretty much a lot of fills that are close in to like the tempo that you're using. But what I would be using this for is just looking for like one that has a snare drum roll in it that is like already sort of like humanized, so that I don't have to do it all myself, and I can just take that part, basically just cut it out of this MIDI part. See that one already? See, I can use that. I can just stop that. Because what you can do is you can just take this and just do whip. No, we don't need to do that. And now we have it in here. So see? So now I can just take the MIDI, go in here, get rid of those. We don't really need it. And I can, for instance, say, yeah, where are we gonna need this? Right here. I already have one, but sounds a little bit like shit, to be honest. So we have these. Now, the only thing I would do is quantize the position of the notes, because I do want to have them on grid. But, wait, let's right-click, quantize settings, and only do the start position, so that they remain the same length, because maybe that is actually part of the sound, because if you let go of the note, it starts triggering the release of the sample. So yeah, that's something that you might want to keep in mind. But like now they're perfectly on grid, so that works with all the other drums. But I can just take this and copy it to make this one a longer snare fill. See, and I can just start using that in the track. Yo, da 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 da. Yeah, we need a better vocal, man. We need a better vocal chop. So I'm definitely gonna replace this one with that one, or maybe even layer them. Just take this, and then we're gonna remove these. Do that. And have that. And then all we need to do is just fade that in with some volume automation. So we just do this. Just a little bit. And we can go back in here if we want. And say like, okay. Oh, this one isn't even using the room. Well, we can also start altering the patch, of course, but hey, this one works for now. Just adds a little bit of an extra thing to it. Do want to EQ this. Now we can also check out what the pitch is. Roughly a B, which is a little bit off with what we're using. So let's go in here, and if it's B, I can do 2 up, so then we're gonna be at, it was at 1.5. Okay. Now it's tuned to the snare drum in the track. Now, on the end here, might be nice to have like a little tom thingy. Could try finding one in here. That has tom. Ah, there we go. I know what I can do. Take you, drop you there. Okay. Now, they are pretty damn long. You can hear that there's a long release on it. Now, that's logical, because a tom would not just stop by itself. Okay, so we're using this one. Now, what I'm gonna do is just do that. And then that one. And then this one. We don't need long toms. They probably even need to be shorter. Why are you so long? Ah. There we go. Because we only need it for a drum and bass thing, right? So we don't need to have a long realistic tom. Now I'm also gonna fix this, so I just want these to be all center. Like, I don't care about being realistic right now. There we go. See, that kind of works. Now it does need to be a little bit heavier maybe. But also, the snare drum, let's see. Let's see if we can tighten that one up as well. Like that. And yeah, let's let's just whack kilohertz distortion on it. That kind of works. Then do that in front of the volume automation, because otherwise we're kind of, you know, getting rid of the volume automation in a way. Now let's also do a little high pass. don't need that much sub from the toms, it's just more that we have sort of like an extra fill there. Okay, let's take a Native Instruments transient shaper, or a transient master, I should say, and let's see if we can, yeah, like this has a built-in limiter, so it's just slamming that attack into the limiter. Basically makes that more audible, and it's already, it doesn't matter if this is slightly distorted because it's all in sort of like during the drop, so it's not, you don't hear that. It's just gonna sound more audible because of the distortion. Now I want to check out, again I should do this one, let's just do the volume automation at the end. See, that also makes the snare drum a little bit more audible. So now we get that. We can try out do a little of that, and then I'm also going to do a sidechain on it because it's obviously layering with the main snare right now. So that's not necessarily what we need. The ones that hit exactly at the same spot as our snare, we can just sidechain those away. So I'm just putting my sidechain on here. Sidechain snare. See if it's long enough. Oh, it's even too long. Just make it a bit shorter. Yeah, that's better. Maybe increase this one. Yeah, that's better probably. So you don't hear it that it's cutting it away because the main snare hits in that gap. So it's just gonna make sure that the main snare stays clean, which is good. Now let's boost a bit of the high frequencies here. I'm actually gonna group these. No, I don't have to do that. Let's see. Yeah, that one has quite a bit of low end. Let's just EQ this one a bit. Oh, there's a lot of low end actually. Let's just do this. We only need that. That's more like the high end. Hey, Patreon. Thanks, Chris. Thanks a lot. Oh yeah, there's not gonna be a message. And by the way, Metalhead, this sounds amazing. Where do you release your music? I haven't released music in a long while, so that's why I'm working on new music. And if I'm gonna be releasing this, it's gonna come out on pretty much everywhere where it should be coming out, probably. I am going to self-release this upcoming music though, so it'll be. I'm not entirely sure which distributor I'll use, but I'll see which one. Thanks for the pledge on Patreon, by the way. Now we can try out the different vocal chops, see if we can find a new one. How late is it? Midnight. It's midnight, which means we still have plenty of time to go. But I need to take a piss, so I'll just let this thing play. I did make some changes again, so let me fix that real quick. Just delete that and copy this. I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and when I'm back, I'm gonna be yeah. Let's try finding a better vocal chop, because I do want to have a better one that's less noisy as this one, because it does make everything feel really noisy, and I think we can do better. Might actually find something better vocal wise. Like I am kind of thinking it could maybe use a vocal somewhere as well, like an actual vocal, but yeah, that's gonna be a struggle if to find a good one, especially if we're gonna use sample packs. Now I'm gonna be back in just a little bit because I really need to piss. And yeah, we'll see what we come up with afterwards. See you in just a bit. What's next? Oh yeah, vocal chop. Where did I have those? I have a shitload of acapellas, but I can't really play too much of them. Because then we're gonna get into copyright issues. We can use some really obnoxious sample. Like, I can literally just take any fucking sample and it might work. But I need to hear them. Share, Song for the Lonely. Like, I could just take any of those, it doesn't really matter. You're not gonna hear which song it is anyway. Like, sample pack vocals are most of the time just shit. They're not gonna work. Why are the prices of my merch in dollars? I think that depends on where you look at the site. It's all done by Spring, which is basically what formerly was Teespring. That's now called Spring, and they do all the merch fulfillment and stuff, and they have fulfillment centers in both the US and in Europe. So depending on where you order, it's gonna be produced in a different place. So if you order in the United States or in Canada or something like that, then it's going to be produced in the United States. And they handle everything with like the shipping and everything like that. I just have a store at their website, basically, at one of their domains. So that's basically how that works. And I just get like a percentage of... they basically get a set amount of money per purchase, and I just get a little amount of profit on top of that. So the prices, yeah, that just depends on where you're based, I guess, or whatever your VPN is set to at the moment when you're going to the website. Damn it. Mosquito got me, boys. Mosquito got me. Damn it. I need to find an acapella real quick. I'm just quickly going to mute the doll volume real quick so I can check and find an acapella. Like, you're not able to hear this. See if I can quickly find something. Okay, what is the key of that one? Let me check real quick if I can find what the key of that one is. Is it in a minor key? Please be in a minor key. It's in a major key. Fuck. There's like all kinds of stuff in here as well. That's noisy too. Let's see. There's no reason it should be a freedom money. You're hailing from Belgium. That's strange. Well, I think you can set the location as well. I'm not entirely sure where, but I think you can do that. Come on, give us... I have a feeling this one is gonna be major too, but let me check it real quick. Like I need a minor. Oh yeah, great. Don't tell me what the key is. Nice. Oh, that one isn't on the internet, then I have to figure it out myself. I don't want to do that. I'm lazy, you know? Come on. Well, I almost know for sure that that one is in a major key. Ooh, let's try that one. It's a little bit not that good of a quality, but might actually work. What is the key of that? It's probably minor. It's electronic music. Yeah. B flat minor. Okay. Let's try this out. Okay, DAW is back on. Let's drop in a drum rack. And let's take our sample and drop it in here. Yeah, I'll leave it warped. I hope it's warped to the right tempo. Probably not, but we can unwarp it later if we have to. It wasn't a B flat minor, right? I said B flat minor, so 4 down. You can already see what the title is, but let's see if we can find some good hits in that one. So let's just take this MIDI. I can just take this entire thing. Set it to gate as well, so that it's that it kind of stops, and let's give it a fade. And let's also give that a fade out. So that we get that. Let's see. Can also go up. It's gonna be so high pitched, that's fucked. Might need a different one. That one kind of works a little. But that note is so freaking loud, holy shit. Let's take that down. Like that could be one. Come on, go in there. Try and find another one. Oh, here it gets louder. Maybe that's better. Oh yeah, that's higher. Yeah, that's better, going to there. This is such a cumbersome process. Let's just keep finding more. Let's go to the end somewhere. Yeah, I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time finding a good one for this. Like, this one kinda works, it's just... Hear how noisy that is? It's just, I don't like that. Damn it, that knob is huge. Yeah, that sounds like shit. But I haven't done yet what I was doing on the other one as well. Like taking this one. And using this one. This one is quite nice. Not on that one though. Goodbye. I guess I'll just end up using this one. Okay, let's see what else I'll do. I'll leave the vocal for now. Yo, Chris. bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Is that it? Was that it? Bum 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 bum. I think it is. Before I do this, let's do this. Or is it? Is it that? I guess I'll leave this for now. I could try taking out this last kick drum. And maybe not use the fill here. And then maybe use only the snare drum fill in front of it. Okay, this section here, this one, that last part needs to have a big wow, sort of like a reverb tail on it or something. I'm not sure, but something like that. Let's try out an audio effect rack first of all. I'm gonna do it after the high pass filter. And let's just make a chain that's gonna be dry, and then this one is going to be the tail or whatever we're gonna add. Let's assign the level of that to a macro knob, and I'm going to change that so that it goes up to 0 decibels. So this is just to bring that in. And then anything we are gonna do on here, so let's try out something. I think I'm gonna try using the spectral resonator to begin with. So that by itself, what it will do, well, I'll show you. That's what it's doing now. So let's increase the decay. Now I think you can make this even listen to MIDI notes, but I'm not sure if it listens to MPE MIDI notes. Let's see. MIDI input should be itself, so let's try out if this works. Let's group you in an instrument rack, create another chain, and in there we're gonna drop an external instrument, and we're gonna send you to what is this? Track 28. Can we do that? No, we cannot do that. Okay, we need to do that in a different way. Can we do that? Can we send the MIDI from this track into this resonator? We should be able to do it. Wait, it's track 28. We can select track 28. Oh shit, nice. Free effects. It's just gonna listen to... Oh, nice. So now it should be following the MIDI notes, if I'm correct. Oh yes, that's nice. That's nice. That's sick. So let's consolidate this, because what is going on here at the end? Is there a pitch bend going down? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna probably get rid of that. That sounded fucking weird. Maybe we'll leave the pitch bend. And you might be thinking, what is he doing? Well, let's see. Let's see if we go to the chorus mode. Add some unison. You kind of want to make it... Yeah, I think we do need to... Like, that's annoying. But that's because it's following the MIDI notes. Come on. Ah, that's it. That's what it needs to do. Okay, that's what we need. Now the beauty of this thing is that we can do some pretty crazy stuff with it, but let's use the chorus mode. Okay, so that is what it's doing now. What we can do is take... which one was it again? I think, yeah, the stretch it, I think. Do you hear that? Or... That's quite cool. And then, if we want to pronounce that, we can either make the decay longer. So, it's being added when we bring this up. If we bring this down, we don't hear it. So what I can do is now I can use this to control when that comes in. See? So it's a little bit quiet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna chuck on utility after that spectral resonator. I'm just gonna boost this up with maybe, I don't know, maybe 4 decibels. That sounds pretty nice. Maybe even automate that a little bit. Go up to... I don't know. This one, I'm gonna go down a bit more. So nice. It's such a good effect, that spectral resonator. Like, if you've never used it, use it. It's really good. And this one, right now, there's quite some low end in it as well. So let's just put an EQ after the spectral resonator. And because this is just, we're only hearing it when that automation is coming up, right? So we can just literally process this however we want. And it's basically always just gonna work. So see, we can do automation like that on it, and it's not affecting the main bass itself, because that is just a completely dry layer that is right here. So it's not being affected by that. I might actually do that, to be quite honest. It's very subtle in the mix, but yeah, might be a bit too subtle. We're gonna make this stand out a little bit more, for sure. I wonder what happens if we automate the unison amount up like that. Oh yes, it's actually getting... That's actually quite nice too. It's really a nice sort of like extra effect there. Because if I take it out now, probably gonna sound shit. And we don't need the instrument rack, so let's just ungroup this again. Don't need it. It's just gonna make this look more complicated, right? Now we just have these clear boundaries between these things. So this is without it. See, that's without it. We add some rights. Different one, of course, than what we have here, but don't worry. Go back to the funk kits. could do like when it goes away, I do feel like we're missing something, yeah, in that area. Thing though, but let's see if we can do. I think on the snare drum. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Goodbye. You never know until you try. Damn it, something's stuck in my throat. But we've gotten quite far already with this one. I feel like I need something extra here though. In the first part especially. I'm hearing something. I need to hear it with transition. Ooh, what do I need to make that? Yeah, maybe just a string layer and just process it a bit. Let's just try that out real quick. Cello. I'm feeling maybe a string layer could work in this section. I'll go for the portamento. If we want to do note change, then we can do pitch bend note change. Okay, that's gonna be F sharp right here, and this is way too loud, but we need to do some stuff. We need to go in here, do mod wheel, so it's controlled by the mod wheel, and now I can go in here and I can do a little mod wheel movement automation. Basically just something like this and then going back down probably. What this is gonna do what is that? E, D? No? Oh, that's not even E, that's something like that? That wasn't what I meant, but it does work. I was looking for this. Maybe even that. That's too slow, or yeah, too slow. That's kind of alright, maybe. Oh yes, that's way better. Let's go back in here, because we need more gain. And we even need to do some automation probably. That sounds nice. I like that. What if we do a layer on top of it? Give it like a little chord kind of thing. Go in here. Let's do a violin on top. Fuck it, I'm feeling wild. A violin, modern. Drop that on there. The violin is a big patch, but it should be going pretty quick. I did battery save on all these libraries, so it's now going pretty quick actually. By the way, the viewer count on YouTube is stuck for the entire stream on 40 viewers. Like, I don't trust this at all. How many people are still watching right now? Are you watching? Let me know in the chat while I check my dashboard. Yeah, it says 21 here. Why is it saying 40 in my chat window then? That makes no sense. Okay, so now we have violins. Let's go in here and let's do mod wheel as well. Go back into main and let's make sure that we have the portamento. And now we have the same notes here, so we can see this is F sharp. Now what is the bass doing underneath here? That's the question. The bass is doing... It's doing D right here and then C sharp there. So D, that means we have D, F sharp, and then we get A. So then we get a D sharp major chord. Let's make the violin play an A note right here. Okay, let's move this one up. Let's make that play A. And it's gonna need to be an octave higher as well, but this is playing an A already here, so we could do C sharp. Basically keep it a major chord, I guess. Make that go up to C sharp. And then this one is playing F. Now here we are playing C sharp, so that's a weird one. C sharp, wait. C sharp, and then F is also a major chord. So on top of there, we would get a G sharp. So then the violin is gonna go down to G sharp. And then let's make that go up a bit. Make that one do that. We could try out doing a different note for this one. Oh yes, that's moved way better. Okay, kinda like that. A little bit. Maybe have the violin a little quieter. Let's group these together. And let's send this to, I guess, the first one. Oh, do it right here. Try using the second one. That one is way shorter. That's the reverb I use in the drop. Or I could just put reverb on the group itself, you know? Just make these one quite wet. Make them moist. Let's make them moist. Very nice hull. That's very moist. Let's put some EQ on it as well, because it's layered with the bass, so we might not need that much. Low mids. We could maybe do a little of that. Let's see how that fits. Maybe have this one do that and then do that. You almost don't hear them there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Should I do this one? I feel like we need some noise happening there at the first part. Something. I do have some. Yeah, we do have these rises here as well. So maybe if I take this. Okay, here we have those couple of kicks. Can I... yeah, let's do... I need some kind of an open head. Oh, that's not a lot, but... okay, let's go here. Bill Gates open head, sure. What a name. Maybe, I think it's too close, but let's try it out. Might actually work. Okay, no. Maybe like this. I do like the cymbal noise there coming in. Could even try starting it on the snare. It's better when it starts here. It's too much when it's that short, so... yeah, it's nice with a bit of a slower attack. Yeah, I think the strings are too much, to be honest. Maybe be quieter. Okay, that works better. I can also try out this noise instead, which is way more aggressive, but might actually work as well. Or just both. Both, but this one a little quieter. Actually, maybe just that one was actually better. I need to hear it when it comes in over a longer period of time, so I can sort of like hear it actually come in. I'm also gonna take the strings out for now. Is that one probably in here? Yeah. I heard it cut out. I think it might be nice if we have this one continue. So that's the vocal pad, basically. Well, maybe not. Let's see, we have more elements here that I might want to cut out. Yeah, like maybe even these as well, so I can just quickly try it out by doing this. Automating the on-off switch of the track itself. And doing the same thing on this one. Yeah, that actually works pretty well, so let's just leave that. Okay, that's way too much. We need to be a lot more precise with that. See, that's already too much. Damn it, that has a tiny range. Let's go use the Ableton frequency shifter. That one has a fine tune, that's a little bit easier for this. See if we can make this snare drum a little bit different every now and then. Like we could take that, maybe do something like this. Or make it go up instead. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is doing that much that I like, so let's just get rid of that. I do want to think about the second drop. I think I want to do a little variation there though. But I'm not sure how much I changed in the second drop since the last time I copied it, but let's just do this real quick. fully. Let's try it out. Oh yeah. Definitely have it fully open right here instead of having it closed. That's sick. Let's see, we have the reese here. We can maybe try giving the reese also a little bit more. I mean, we're getting to the second drop. We're going to the second drop anyway, so let's just increase the intensity. Yo, Mirror Man, welcome. That vocal pad is nice. Yeah, that vocal pad is really cool. It's made with Mysteria from Native Instruments. I still have it right here. It's basically this thing right here. Oh, it's not fully loaded, I think. There we go. Yeah, Mirrorman, you're coming in at a good moment. Past few days I've been going strong, man. Suddenly seen the light. But yeah, that's this thing basically. So I just made a patch in this. And I just resampled that. And that was this one. And that just sits in the background. And that comes in every now and then here in the drop as well. But we're getting very far with this tune. Like I said, I want to do a variation in the second drop. So that's going to be something that I still need to figure out. And I still think this area here can be a little better. That sort of like a build-up section. But you're seeing the process of me finishing a tune for a change. Yeah, this section definitely can ask something. I'm not sure what though. Okay, that thing that came in there, what was that? What is that reverse? That where is that coming from? Is that the bass? It's not the bass, I think. No, it's not the bass. It's the chords. These. I want to do something with those here. I could try low passing them in this section. Do that. Let's try that. It's going up to that really high note there. Oh shit. Congrats. I'm not sure if I even congratulated you on that, but if I didn't, then congrats. It's going up to that. What is that? G sharp. It's doing some weird ass pitch bend there. But it sounds pretty good. Whatever. Not as much low pass. Yeah, I mean that bass note that comes in right after it is also off, so you know, who cares? Kinda adds to it. So that's the drop one. Maybe add a little bit of reverb to it. Let's automate that one. Bit much. Just so that the reverb of that just drags on into the next section ever so slightly. Like you can hear it in the background that just a tiny bit of reverb from this chord goes into this, even though this one is also again that chord, but just very low passed, right? And you still hear sort of like the high frequencies of the reverb from this one dragging over into this one, and then they fade out into this low passed chord, which is basically the same patch. It's the same patch. I just used a different instance for the drop, so that I could process those slightly different from the one in the intro. So that's just doing the same sort of like patch. It's just the exact same thing, but they have different amounts of reverb and stuff like that. So, and different EQ. because this one is obviously layered with the bass, and this one is layered with a a different reese. Damn, there's something. One moment. I hope that, yeah, that's better. Ah, nice. Had to clear my throat. Could make some nice liquid with that. With what? With the vocal pad, yeah, definitely. Or with that library for sure. It's a really good library. It is kind of for like cinematic stuff, but it's if you're familiar with Native Instruments Thrill, it's basically the same thing, but then purely with vocals. So it's like all kinds of vocal layers that you can use, and basically create sort of like swells and, yeah, cinematic swells, but then out of vocals. So it has like all kinds of vocal things in it, which is really nice. All kinds of different weird playing styles. Some are atonal, some are tonal. So it's quite nice. You can do some pretty cool stuff with it. And that pad that I made with it, it works perfectly. You know, it works perfectly. But I did had to go through the sound sources that the library comes with, and select ones that worked for the pitch of this track, because some of them have like melody lines in them, for instance, or like harmonies. So you cannot use them for every track. It's really, you really just have to do a little bit of trial and error and just try and find out which ones work. Some of the sound sources are like atmosphere sound sources, and those are not pitchable. You can pitch them by using the tuning knob in the instrument itself, but they won't respond to different MIDI notes, for instance, so they will always play the same pitch. But then there's also sound sources that are clusters, and those, well, I can show you. Maybe we can make another sort of like vocal thing, because we have this one, and I do like the sound, so maybe in the drop in that second half here, we could have another one coming in, just to kind of fill it up a bit more. Let's see. Good excuse to show you that library a bit. It's a really nice one, actually. So we can use Mysteria. Yo, come on. So it's basically just and you got like all these patches, and you can see here you've got atmosphere and clusters, and like I said, this is an atmosphere, so I can play different octaves and I get the exact same thing. But when I take one of the clusters and just take one of those, I should be getting something that I can actually play. But you can hear there is, in some of them, there's like harmonies in them and shit. But these are really nice for like creating interesting sounds, creating interesting layers. And you've also got access to the individual sound sources, because if we go in here, this is the sound source browser, and here you can actually just select the individual layers. So let's just say I want to have a cluster that is, I don't know, wide. Evolving, whatever. Let's add a MIDI node. Maybe in this entire section. actually doesn't sound that bad in that section. So now I have this one, and I can say, let me just move this. The beauty of that is, if I move this, Ableton immediately recognizes that here as well. So I can, if I click this here, see? X and Y. So I can say X, Y, and now this controls the one right here. So I'm not sure if any of you knows this about Ableton, by the way, but I never see people use this thing, but you can just select any parameters that you move, and you can select those here. And then you can basically just control anything in sort of like a chaos pad way with this thing. So you can at any time just move two things at the same time with your mouse. Just group anything in a rack and you'll see that you have this thing right here. I think at least. Or is it only on instruments? Or is it... If we group this... Oh no, it's only on instruments, my bad, my bad. But like on an instrument, you can just do that, and now it controls that thing in Mysteria. So I can say... Let's bring up the X... So we have that one here. I need the Y actually. So let's take that one. And we can just, I don't know, maybe increase it a little bit over time. It actually adds a chord, I think, this one, this sound source. But we can also do something like... See, so we can use this to kind of create extra swells in it. The question is, are they going to work with the chords in our track? See, this one doesn't work. But the beauty of it is you just go in here. Go back in here. Let's try evolving 2. There's probably one of these 4 that's gonna work. There you go. That one works. See, it also does a chord in a way, but it works. This one doesn't sound off with the chord that I'm using. So we can, but I do not really like how low passed it sounds. It's a bit more less, it's a bit less bright than the other ones. Let's try evolving 3. That one is brighter. Let's hope that this one works. Ooh, that one had a really spicy end. Pitch bendy at the end. All sound a little weird, but there's so many other ones that we can try. Yeah, we can also say, I don't know, insomnia, whatever that one is gonna do. Ooh, nice. Really weird tones in it as well. Some really weird. it's also going up quite a bit, so what I might do is actually back it down a bit and see if this works. If I do this, I think because this one is all the way up, we might get a bit of that in the attack of this one. Let's see if it works. No, it does kind of, we have to resample that if we want to use that. I wonder if we can affect that. That one sounded pretty nice too. Maybe an octave higher. Oh, that's out of the range of the instrument. That B. Let's go an octave down. Yeah, that's gonna be too much. Let's get rid of this one. That works though. Try find a good one. Oh, that's the one that I used for the intro pad. Actually, that one might work here well too, even though it's probably the same one as that. Let's check. Which one did I use? I used on top 2, so I can layer that with the other one, because this is there's actually multiple with the same sound. I used this one in the intro for the intro pad. Now let's use this one in the drop here. Use that one here. Yo, mana. Okay, I've never used this one. Let's try this out. Global amp. This gonna work? Let's try it out. We have first question is it quieter than before? Doesn't sound like it's quieter. No, it's the same level. Good. Then in here, there's no way in Ableton to join MIDI notes, right? For fuck's sake, Ableton, just figure that shit out, mate. Like, just 2 notes, select them, hotkey, bam. Fucking hell, you've got consolidate already. Just do Ctrl J, bam, consolidate those 2 notes into one. Keep those pitch bends as well. Done. Ableton, I'm not sure why you didn't think of that right away. Like, holy shit. They improved the MIDI editor, but then at least do it right. It's Drumboy here. He said my name. I'm trying to come up with a nice tune here, and I think we are getting somewhere. There's no way to join those MIDI notes, which is annoying. But let's try out. Let's see what happens. I first want to try this out. So the pressure is now controlling the level of that note, if I'm right. So let's try and do that. See if that note fades in. It doesn't. It doesn't. Do I still need to do something in here? Oh, of course, if you don't move that. Oh shit, that's fucking insane. I can just make the top note fucking fade in like that. That's insane. This is so good. I love this. MP is insane. No more having to split it across several tracks. Just assign it in Serum to one of the MP stuff. And just automate it here. That's nice. I can do it on this note as well. Oh, that's the wrong one. We want it here as well. Oh no, we don't want it there. My bad. We actually want it the opposite direction here. Or not do it. Like, it's not doing per note things, I guess. Is it actually doing something? It should do per note stuff, right? It is doing something. I think. Let's have a little test. Now I'm getting confused. Let's go in here. Yeah, that's fading in. That's fading in slowly. Are these also fading in slowly? No. Ah, so it works per note. Huh? So how does that work then? Is it literally the note that I select? Oh shit! Ah yeah, so if you select a different note, then you have a new line. A new dotted line, and I can make this one completely different. See? Now, this note is getting quieter over time, while the top one gets louder. I just wish that they added something that you could color code the notes, so that you could see different colors here. Another thing, Ableton, why didn't you think of that? But this stuff is really nice. You can do some really interesting stuff with that. So I guess I can do it here as well. See, here it comes in as well. So let's select this note. Do that. That. And now it fades in. So this one, not sure if I want it to come in right away. It does some weird chord as well, but doesn't really matter too much. Let's just see if we fade it in. Okay, I hit that vocal at the end there. I don't really like that. I like the other one, but then not this one, so let's just get it out of the way. Where does the stuff all cut out? Right there? Yes. One here. Mosquito. I'm gonna go on a mosquito hunt before I go to sleep. And then let's do... Okay, so along with that, we're gonna have the filter opening up again as well. Because we're getting to the second drop, we're getting more hyped. I'm not sure what kind of second drop we're gonna do, but it's gonna probably be even more hyped than the first one. We'll see. That is F sharp. No, let's keep it at that. Okay, it needs to start rising later. Somewhere around there. Not sure if I like that actually. Let's just get rid of this. that's not gonna work with those big ass chords. Was that a little glitch or was that actually in there? Okay, that was not in there. No, that's the wrong one. I don't like the volume animation on it, to be honest. Let's get rid of that. Is that? Which one is that? Is that this one? Yes. There's a little jump happening there in the filtering. Yeah, I'll make a proper end later. I'm gonna stop streaming. It's 2 AM. We basically finished the track, minus then of course the final details and all that kind of stuff. I'll have to go through it with some fresh pair of ears tomorrow and think about what kind of variation I want to do in the second drop. But yeah, that turned out pretty good actually, I think. Still not completely happy yet with the snare drum in the first half of the drop. I think we can do something, layer something in here to make it more interesting. Might actually do it without that open head on the snare actually. Like, they don't really contribute much there, to be honest, to the snare drum. So it doesn't really need it. So it might be better to just leave those out right there. And just do this. Okay, that's gonna be it for tonight. I'm gonna be back next week on Friday, 8:30 PM Amsterdam time, so check out what it is for your time zone. I guess that is gonna be a new tune then. Maybe I'll stream some more in the upcoming week if I have time for it, I don't know. Don't know my work schedule yet. I guess it's time for a new tune. Get this streak going and make another one. Because if that one turns out just as good as this one, then we're in for a treat. I might just get some music done soon. I do want to make some change to this one though, but like I said, I need a fresh pair of ears tomorrow. Listen to everything on my speakers, figure out what I like about it, what I don't like about it, what needs to change. Basically just listen to it a couple of times in a row probably, and just make notes, see what I like and what I don't like. And where it just feels like it loses a bit of energy, or where it feels like it needs a bit more, you know, stuff like that. But that's better done with a pair of fresh ears than doing it after spending how long? After spending what? Did the stream restart? Oh no. 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's a pretty good stream. Thanks everybody. Thanks for the couple of donations. Yeah, I'll be back next week. I'll play you a bit of this while it's the end of the stream, so you guys can still enjoy it a little bit. And like I said, I'll be back next week. I'll be in the Discord as well after the stream, so if you're not in the Discord yet, the link is above the chat on YouTube, but I'll drop the link to Discord in the chat as well. So if you want to join my Discord, then you can join using that link. I'll be there after the stream. If you want to help support me, you can support me through Patreon. That's the link right there. And you can also buy one of my sample packs if you want, or my preset packs, which are available through Black Octopus Sound, using that link. So finally, I have some merchandise as well. If you want to help support me through that, that's also possible, which is that link. So that's all the self-promotion out of the way. Thanks for being here. Really liked this stream. Was another good stream. Last 2 streams were really good. I hope I can keep this going. Better than the streams before that, that's one thing that's for sure. I really feel a lot better about these streams too, so that's a good sign. Thanks. I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.